$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, after the covenant, break the 7 seals. Again, no one stepped forward to claim this, not yet. Not there for years. No one stepped forward. Why is that? Well, brothers and sisters, they're reacting. So if they're not stepping forward and they're reacting, it means they're resistance. They're getting weaker and weaker. You know, I saw a presentation today where someone was talking about impact Farrakhan's head on people. But if you listen to it carefully, all he's saying is they're losing ground. Not anybody there anymore. He couldn't say any better. I couldn't say any better myself. That's what's happening. It's drying up over there. He can't even keep his premier mosque filled. Can't keep that filled. And when I was there, they filled all the time. We had meetings on Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. It was always full. Even the messenger show up. It was always full. They can barely keep it, and they got to put people every other chair on the so-called brother side, make it look like they got people there, and even with that, they still have all the back rows are still empty. Nobody's in the balcony. It's sisters, they are all packed all in the front. They're not every other row. They're drying up. It says, "Who the Lord will consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming." Yes, destruction is only literally days away, brothers and sisters. We're at war right now. Now, people don't know it. See, it tells you, it gives you a big hint, a big flag, a warning. Abomination of desolation. It's been going on for over 2 years, and no one has called it that. But if you look at it and understand what it means, you know that's exactly what's going on there. It says it would be in Jerusalem, be a place over there. Abomination of desolation. And with this abomination, look it up. It says the uprising was put down with great cruelty. This is exactly what's happening. Just look up the definition of abomination. Desolation, destruction. And no one's calling that but myself, even though it's obvious that's what it is. That means that's triggering the apocalypse. Remember Mr. Farrakhan or Armageddon started, 3 years ago? Receiving Armageddon? Then God told me, shut up. Well, talk about that for a while. Good war now, bro. Says you didn't understand the nature of it. If you expect to survive it. See, when God talked to Noah, it says, "Hey man, it's going to be a calamity coming." Well, first thing Noah said, well, "What is the calamity?" I mean, I can't prepare for something. I don't know the nature of the calamity. Whether it's going to be a storm, it's going to be an invasion, it's going to be a disease. Oh no, it's going to be a flood. Oh, I need to build a boat. See? But the mystery God that created heaven and earth in 6 hours or whatever, why make Noah, what, according to the Quran, I think 800 years? Why just, hey, being it is, there's your, but it don't work that way. But that's part of the confusion. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. Good war, brothers and sisters. First of all, you have no yet war. You don't know yet war. In fact, you've been at wars for 500 years. They attacked us over 400 years ago. They attacked us. And the war's not over as long as there's one soldier standing. See? But I'm going to talk about a particular uh, war construct that's been going on for the last, what, 150 years? 1860, that's 100. Yeah, 150 years. And what's about to happen, because by the high intensity, you're not prepared for it. Because no one's, first of all, no one's telling you about it. They come to, oh, well, it's going really bad, but they don't have any solutions. You can't ride Mr. Black Man. It's not a flying carpet. They got all kinds of ideas. Oh, we're going to take America. Reparations. Right? Oh, Master Muhammad's going to come and deliver you. No, he's not. Read Exodus. That's not the way it happened. That's even if you even talked about it all. Then they have no solutions. In fact, they don't even know how, they don't even know the nature of the war. Dark times, but what does that mean? What's the nature of darkness? Scriptures talk about darkness in many forms. Darkness can be famine, darkness can be confusion, it can be military attack, it can be plagues, deception. What's the nature of darkness? They don't know. So they're part of the resistance. It tells you what happened to resistance. Resistance will receive no mercy, crushed. That those who this rock fall against will be broken. Those who the rock fall on will be crushed. To be broken or crushed. You'll get the hell out the way. Let's move on, brothers and sisters, but let nobody step forward for this. See, they think they can put the light of Allah with their mouths. See, this part of the resistance, once you understand what's going on, then you can realize what's going on here. Once you understand the Injil and understand, because what's happening is they're trying to drown out my voice. Like, say, for instance, you're in a room and you're talking. Well, everybody start talking, and your voice gets drowned out. Everybody hears you because they hear all these voices. They can hear anybody. Everybody's talking. It's confusion. And so your voice is drowned out. That's what they attempt to do. To put so much stuff out there. Because, I've never seen so much stuff out there in my life. They're trying to drown out the angel of the message. And you try to put light out their mouths, but Allah perfects His light. They cannot stop it. If you understand the angel and understand something I'm about to tell you, you understand? So that's why it says, why do they imagine a vain thing? Imagine something that cannot happen. They don't realize that. It's like, all you know is the winter. You never knew anything about the spring. Then spring shows up. Now you think you can stop the spring because you want to maintain the winter. You know that's impossible. So you sit back and say, okay, you watch it and be laughing at them. You're a spring person, you be laughing at people. Like the Bible said, they're in derision because they imagine a vain thing. They're trying to stop the spring from coming. You back and laughing. He said there was the Most High in heaven. So he'd be laughing at them because they don't understand, right? They winter, they're winter people. They was creating a winter. They don't know anything about spring. They heard rumors about spring. To spring is heaven when you die or something. To them, that's what when they see it in the scripture, they're talking about the hereafter. But for them, the hereafter is, they don't know what that is. They never, unless you see a spring, they talking about the spring there. Because it's something that happens after this. This is destroyed. They think it's place after you die, or something like that. You see? Beyond sun, moon, stars, whatever. That's what they think. Because the scripture talks about the hereafter in this paradise. As soon as the same thing. They think something happens after you die because they don't understand it either. Like I said, they don't know shit. So when they read that in there, they think it's someplace after they're dead. Whatever. Now, when you understand, you know that's here. So they're trying to put the light out, see, their mouths. The light will be perfected. They're trying to drown it out. They say it will be perfected. They can't drown it out. But they're going to, like I said, they're trying. Okay? Like I said, it's the same thing if there was winter trying to stop the spring. They don't know about spring. Oh, man, things are changing, man. Global warming. You know what I'm saying? That's spring coming in, but they don't know what that is. All they know is whatever this is that's coming in is destructive to the winter. We would not survive it. See? They don't know the spring. They don't know, all they know is winter. Understand that, because these devils, they don't know anything about any hereafter. They never experienced it. It was created in winter. So now this coming in, they think, like I said, when they see in the scripture all these great things, and they think someplace they die something. So they don't realize that's another season here on earth. That's where they have you thinking hell is someplace else after you die, heaven someplace after you die, whatever. But they don't realize it's just the change. It's just the earth changes seasons. He says, "I make all things new." Here on the earth, they say, make a new earth, but it's not talking about creating a new planet Earth. Brothers and sisters, trying to get you to understand that. So, they're trying to stop the spring. That's a perfect analogy, brothers and sisters. It's not just spring is coming in. It's the real spring. The earth has 4 seasons, 6,000 years apiece. That's extra season. We had the yearly seasons. We had also axis seasons. The axis is another period which takes Earth 24, 25 years to make complete term. And divide up into 4 places, 6,000 years. So who brought his creation in during the winter? And then it didn't exist before the winter. They don't know anything about anything but the winter. They think that's all it is winter. They see something about the hereafter, and say, what is that? So then that must be, that's someplace after we die. They don't realize that's just another season because they never experienced another season. I keep saying over and over again, I'm trying to get you to understand that. If you understand that, you understand you're ahead of the game. If you understand that certain that analogy, but then you say, well, then who is the spring people? There's summer people? And the winter people, you see what's going to happen to them? All that power and everything going to be melt away, dissolved. So they're in the winter, if their wealth was based on ice, for instance, or snow, they say, well, all that stuff just is worthless. And whoever got the most snow is most powerful, right? We got the most ice. And spring just neutralize all that. Oprah, Injil. Who understand, brothers and sisters? And so therefore, they see spring coming in, they don't know what that is. But they know it's devastating to them. Going to problems. They'll start melting, their power start lose control. Because when they had control of the earth, when they had control of it, then they start losing control. What is this? What's going on here? We control everything. Now we lose control. And now control is going over to this other thing here. Oh, other people, I mean, who are they? These people, we had people in captivity here. Now we lose control of them because they're spring people. You didn't know that. They're the chosen of God. They're spring people. That's why I call them the chosen of God. Because spring, that's the time of God. The God is spring. They're his chosen people. Spring God, the people of spring, their God is the God of the spring. So his chosen people. You see how they talk? How they come? Because during the winter, Adam was the chosen people. During the winter, Adam was the chosen people. Adam and Eve can make God. Submit to them. They're chosen people during that time. Earth belongs to them. And so they thought that was eternal because they knew it, nothing, no other season but the winter. They thought that was eternal. And now spring comes, oh, wait a minute. Things ain't going right so far. Things going bad. Oh, Jesus. And the people that was in captivity, now they're chosen people. And they said, no, y'all ain't the chosen people. Y'all number of niggas. Y'all slaves. Yeah, one time we were, because you was the chosen people. In the spring, and spring people, summer people, they have a hard time in winter. That depends on the winter people to stay alive. But now they're starting to get strong and energized. Wait a minute, hold up. They lose control of slaves. You know, they do work for us, like horses and mules. They lose control of them. They're starting to get strong. We're getting weak in our power. Man, no castles, man. No banks. No banks. Think about that one. Now, snow banks. The pond are drying up, melting, losing power. We gotta do something. We gotta stop this change. These people here, these niggas, they're rebelling. It's hard to control them. They the ones do our work for us. They depend on us. All of a sudden, what's going on there? You see how they be thinking? They start fighting each other because the snow is drying up. They try to maintain. So, hey, I'm trying to maintain all with their heads, so they take it from the other ones. They start fighting with each other in the winter because less snow is not enough for everybody. And looking at us say, and we're not so dependent on it anymore. And we starting to rejoice and start getting inspired. Why y'all get inspired? Man, things are bad. Why y'all get inspired? What's happening with y'all? Let's put them down, man. Then when the realization comes in that it's spring, that's where a real new season coming in. All things new. And these are the people of the season. Oh, the recognition also is that winter is going to be totally obliterated in 3 days. Everything's be gone. The spring is going to obliterate everything. And these people here, they're going to be the spring people. Are going to be in control of the earth. And the consequence, wow, they might do unto us as we did unto them. And some of some people, they energized too. Not as much yet. And you got to transition God. the transition between winter and summer. The spring god. May god. Spring god. It's in between. Half winter, half summer. He made a transition to summer. By the time summer comes, we probably wouldn't be around at all. We barely survived during the spring. We said we can stop the spring from coming in. It was bad news for us. We can't just sit here and let it happen. Let's attack those spring people. Maybe that's the reason why it's happening. It's God's chosen people. Maybe we'll be God's chosen people when we get back to the winter again. It's still a dawn to them that you can't go back to the winter. And hit them yet. They don't understand it. See, if you understand that analogy right there, that right there is enough insight to get you to see what's going on in the world today. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Nothing, absolutely nothing. If they convince you that you really a winter person, you put with them and go down with them, not still together. Move on, brothers. That's a good analogy if you can relate to it. Like I said, those who seek to put life alive with their mouths, allow affect this light because they got all this out there, and so it's like everybody's talking, so therefore you can't hear anything. They got all this stuff out there. Everybody got this way, that way, and you know, like I said, I pointed out the other day, all those claim they were Elijah. How come so many of you? How can you work together? You got the same message, black man. You got the same how you live, same thing. So how come you're not under one umbrella? Because you're all full of shit. Because you ain't about that. You think you're gonna be the big man. One of you have all the people following you. But you don't believe Elijah Muhammad to begin with. Most of you demons anyway. But you will be doing that kind of stuff. See? You ain't about Elijah Muhammad because he taught unity. So why you all different paths? Y'all with Elijah. Why some make different groups of you. I'm not with Elijah. I don't represent Elijah. I told you that. I'm the messenger of the covenant. Who Elijah prepared the way for. I'm not going back 1,500 years back in the darkness. Who's in the darkness? I tell you that. Understand it. Here's the mouth. Was nothing known about God. That's another lie he told. They get up there and say, hey, the name of a lie, they but see the lie. What do you think about happening to them?
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Over and over again. They part of the book, this and the other, and so you see the test. So we're not trying to convince the people that got their head Farrakhan's ass. We got those that seek the message of the covenant. The ones this message for. It says they'll be seeking and he'll be presenting. But they were seeking, that means someone was blocking the message. But they will get it. It says people set in darkness will get it. They will see a great light, so they will get it. Because when you hold back, if you're trying to block the sun, remember the sun, like heat to it. You can handle the heat that builds up. Redness. Redness of heat. Hold it back. After a while, it's going to burn up you and whatever you was holding back. What's going to happen? Very soon. Soon. See, said you got 3 examples there. 3 examples. In Malachi. Everybody's read Malachi? You're talking about Elijah. Those are talking about the mission of the covenant. We come to Elijah's temple. When you be seeking. They never mentioned the mission of the covenant. Right there. Elijah. You believe in that part, you don't believe in the mission of the covenant part. Let's go to another part. Let's go to Abrahamic covenant. Okay. We've been enslaved for 40 years, tormented, right? So forth, right? 20 years, servitude, affliction. You talk about that. Then next verse is return home to the land, which is Arabia. They never mention that part. They don't mention the covenant. They don't mention what the covenant is. You got to mention the covenant, you got what covenant you talking about. They don't mention either one. They don't mention this. So that means they understand what they're doing. Assert it. Then you say, well, what's the identity of the message of the covenant? It tells you in Exodus. When it came after Aaron. Aaron was no good, betrayed the people. He wanted to take them back to Egypt. And the message of the covenant with Joshua, who the God passed the baton from Moses, Elijah, Joshua. Passed over Aaron. Aaron was never anointed. Passed right over him. System. And then Joshua took you home. He fulfilled the covenant. So there you go. You got the covenant, you got the mission of the covenant, and you got what the covenant is. And all 3, they talk about all around, but those 3 things, they're connected. They all expose Farrakhan for fraud, but they never mention those 3. That shows they're guilty there. Right there, just read up. You read Exodus about Joshua. Right? You read Malachi about the mission of the covenant. Read Abraham about the covenant, and I'll put 3 together. You never mention either one of them. Wow.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
I suppose they never said what the Quran said. They say it's holy. Right? Whatever. Why does Allah forbid Muslims to be friends with Christians? Quran says not to take Jews and Christians as friends and protectors. So why is he doing that? He claimed, so, and okay, that's for them, man. Go on. Tell the question, brothers and sisters. Go on here. Well, brothers and sisters, this speaks for itself. The Benjamins, that's what it's about. Stupid, but they don't know it's stupid. Because again, that's the wealth of the winter. It's like the ice. Look at the most ice, right? Maybe the currency is ice. But when the spring comes, that's all melted. What's about to happen? So they will throw the gold and silver in the streets. It's going to be worthless. Everything, that's why I say make all things new. Because everything that's in the winter is going to be disposed. Everything. That make all things new. Don't change the seasons. They don't know that. One, brothers and sisters. Okay, the warlord. Now, this, you understand, the scriptures of war, called apocalypse. They think Armageddon, no, Armageddon is a European war. It's an upset. It's a great war. So in it, but Farrakhan says, oh, well, God told me to shut up. Well, that's a lie, but anyway, just talking now or whatever. There's no clue what's going on. Have no clue. He can't tell you what to do. You might tell a calamity is coming, but they have no clue what calamity is. You know, what's the calamity? I don't know, man, but I know something terrible's happening. Well, come on, man, tell me. How can I prepare for it if you don't tell me what it is? And they people talking like they want reparation. Are they prepared for it? Are they prepared for reparation? That show they lie right there. They want reparations. They've been doing decades. They're going to be prepared for it. So when they got it, they have electricians and scientists and chemists and armies and everything ready to go. They get reparation day and night, and they get master come and take this for them, which put it right back in the fields again. Understand? I'm prepared for it. So energy bursts. You understand what's driving it. You don't understand what's driving it. Therefore, it's like imagine everything for you. You don't understand how the world works. You have your mind back. You understand how the world works. You don't have anything's work. Nations work. I mean, you know anything. So therefore, that was kind of okay. Then you based on how you feel. I mean, I feel fine. So you get ready to make a complete Transition, brothers and sisters. Transition from dead to life, that's a big translation. That's pretty much the kind of translation you're about to make. Because all your thoughts and everything, you're going to find it was worthless. It wasn't even thoughts. You haven't been thinking, you've been operating on instinct. No control over yourself, even though they told you did. It'll be a shock to you. The difference between what you see now, what you think you see, and what you're about to see, it's going to be a shock to you. It's going to happen suddenly. I tell myself, what if I spent 30-some years spreading the angel? What if it took 37 years and all of a sudden, bam, it's me all of a sudden, I'm not doing anything with it. I'm saying, then it hits me all of a sudden, damn. My brain handle that? You'd be in shock. Because you're going to realize, see, everything in a bright perspective, how everything is. What's that? I should include that. It says, Michael Zane was right. It says something to the effect that, I don't know if I can get it right or not. Well, I can't, I'm not going to mention it. Make sure I get it right. Anyway, my intent here is to make you understand you are. You just don't realize it. Let me show you. One of the things right now is abomination, desolation is going on right now. It means you should be on alert. I tell you, which you have to flee and panic. Some you will, and many are going to not make it. One brothers and sisters. I need to mention this. We're in a pressured reality. Now that don't mean anything to most people. Reality, what does that mean? It means it's all based on pressure. Universe is pressure. In a state of pressure or a state of tension. Pressure, tension, opposite of pressure. If you understand that, if you understood that, then that would be wisdom. That would be wisdom if you understood that. I'm trying to bring you until understanding everything is all about pressure. And if you understand vectors is the language of pressure. These are force. But pressure is a field, is a force field. So for instance, people understand vectors, so understand force, whatever. People were exposed to a force. Like you're exposed to a force. If you're driving 50 miles an hour north and you get hit with 50-mile wind going south, then you're not moving anywhere. Because it's slowing you down. Slowing you down. You're trying to go 50 miles an hour and you just got a 50 miles an hour headwind. So now you got to keep on the gas, just stay still. Because if you let go of the gas, bam, you're being pushed backwards. So the thing is, every action has opposite equal reaction, and that's the essence of Allah. That's the essence of the universe. It's nothing more essence than that. Every action is opposite reaction. Every action has opposite equal reaction. So you say, thing is, I explained there's no such thing as free speech. But the thing is, here you are, you won. Here you are, you're going along, and all of a sudden you're exposed to an action. You walk along, and all of a sudden the wind starts blowing. So you walk down the street and it would start blowing heavy enough. So now he's walking straight now. Now you walking perpendicular because the wind's blowing you that way. So whose fault is that? Hey man, you're going the wrong way. Yeah, but the wind's blowing me that way, man. I can't stand up against this wind. Heading towards your house, and the wind hit, which is north. Got a westerly wind, bam, it's not pushing me towards the west. Too heavy, I can't. Who's to blame there? Who you blame? The wind? We blame the person that's impacted by the wind. And see, that's what Farrakhan is doing. He's blaming, right? Those impacted by the wind. That's what. See, we didn't come up here like that. A lot of comes from jail anyway. We didn't come up here like that. They changed us. They threw us underwater. The more you hate something, the more you change it. They hate us because you don't change things that you love. If we had been in captivity to other black people, we still have our names. We still have religion. We just be under their authority. That's where we were in Africa. What you call Africa is really South Africa. Arabia is North Africa. If you want to use the term Africa, it's really not Africa either. It's really Asia, because Africa was an Italian general named Africanus. It's misnamed. That's the name they gave it. They changed all these their names. But we're going to let that pass until now, because we're going to correct everything, make all things new. So we'll change that right now. But that's going to change. They change. Look at you. Are you anything like you was before you came here? You've been changed 100%. That means 81%, and they dare you to try to return back. Ali, once he changed his name, went to him in jail. They took his license away, and everything. It's away everything. So you change it. So that condition right there, that's because we're underwater. And that's always underwater. It's all sense real. Farrakhan said, "No, man, that's your fault. You acting like that." No. He blamed the balloon. So we're going to deal with that in a minute. So if we don't do anything, then we stay in condition to get worse. Especially when we know who our enemy is, because Farrakhan's the enemy of the devil. So therefore, you don't know, you're affected by force, but you don't know what the force is. Force is, what it's like, what the character of it is. Because like I said, they were like you can't see the wind, but you can tell the way the wind's blowing by how the leaves rock. Right? So these are always blowing from the north because the leaves are blowing northward. So if we look carefully, we can see the programs, the forces they're using to put that condition there. That's not natural cells. You look at it and say, oh, and you can go and figure out what programs were they doing. Have our people do it like that? That's not a natural way. But now if you remove that and the balloon pops up, to its original state. They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want you to revert back to your original state. They want you under their control. And they're losing control, so now they're more violent, bluffing everything else to gain. We gain control. But they can't stop the spring. They don't know it yet. About to find out. This is our people's fault. This is they got us in the water here. Who are my sisters? See this? Excuse the sunlight, bro, sister, because they told me I'm not getting enough vitamin D or something. I just spent a lot of time working on these presentations, so I position myself right where the sun's coming in. Get some vitamin D or whatever. See this right here? This shows energy times discipline equals power. So right now, we don't have much discipline as nature. We have natural ability for high levels of like a man, right? He has more potential for strength than a woman does naturally. If he doesn't develop it, it's just there. So latent. She developed hers, then she's kicking his ass. Right now, we have low discipline. We have just as much energy as devils have. We have low discipline. Therefore, They have us under. Now, I didn't mention this before. Let me mention because they tell me I can't assume anything. High pressure, it crushes low pressure or it moves low pressure out of the way. Because outside of it pushes it out of the way. This side it crushes it. If you haven't thought that through, then now I thought it for you. So right now we're in America. We're under extreme pressure. We're under great stress. Original black people in America, they say it's the greatest stress group in America. We're in so much stress because we're in a place that's against our nature. If we act according to our nature, we're criminals. We run into a lot of resistance. If we act according to their nature, Negroes, butts, niggers, then we're under great stress, right? But no resistance. Resistance comes, right? As we try to regain our natural way, gaining power. That's where we are right now. So we're under their control. This discipline, we have the energy, we still have the discipline. And they make sure they never teach us discipline. They make sure we never get discipline. They tell, let it rock, hang out, party, watch the NFL, get some drinks, let's get blunts. You got to come out, oh, you were that Elijah guy. Come on, eat one meal down. You better get out of here, man. What's wrong with you? You want to die? Eat 3 meals a day, man. You need 3 meals a day. You better eat some pork, man. Better eat some of that pork, man. Pork's good for you, man. What you talking about? You eat no pork. What's wrong with you? You a vegetarian or something? That's the talk you want to get. Man, let's go out and get a taste, man. Taste. Let's go get some beer, man. Oh, you want to drink beer? What's wrong with you, man? You're not a man. You get hair on your chest. That's stuff you're going to hear. But they had power. They have less discipline, but they developed discipline. Like I said, man and woman, one goes to the gym, the woman goes to the gym, the man don't. She's going to be stronger than him, even though he has natural strength over her. But if she builds her, he don't build this. And so, if I was, like I said, if I got control of the planet, if I was a female, first thing I do is I outlaw gyms for men. Because that's the advantage, strength. I outlaw a gym. You could, if you go to a gym, gyms will not allow you to come in. If you try to build one yourself, you put you in jail. They deny you your strength. Developing your strength. They deny us the development of our discipline. They deny us. Let's watch sports, man. Let's hang out. Let's get a hottie, man. Let's do this, man. Let's do that. They deny us the development of our strength. They even deny us the idea of it. Discipline. But the prophets kept telling them discipline. That's how they kept power. They keep saying the prophets, but the prophet gave them the law. Discipline, that's the law. Discipline. That's how they make. But they ain't getting any more prophets anymore. They keep slipping. They slipped for 1,000 years when they dropped the law altogether. Because that's, remember the so-called Catholics? They said, we don't need law anymore. We got Jesus. They said, we did away with the law. Isn't that what they said? And they went in the dark age for 1,000 years. That tells you something right there. They lost power for 1,000 years. Rome, everything collapsed because they didn't have any discipline. All you got to do is do whatever you want to do. Go to the priest, say, I did this, and get 3 Hail Marys or whatever. And then when Magog, Britain broke away from the Catholic Church and they call them pride, that's what protested. They protested. And they went old school, back to the so-called Old Testament law. And next thing you know, they ruined the planet. That's history. That's chapter 20. Revelations. It tells history, future history, no. And they didn't get power by being nice. How you doing? Polite. No. They started observing the law, discipline themselves. They show the law, follow the discipline of the law. Now, albeit it's like a toddler gym, right? So it's like not a toddler, but teenager gym, whatever. So the highest weight is maybe 50 pounds. Okay, yeah, they're gonna do that, but they ain't going to a real gym where you weighs up to 1,000 pounds or whatever. So there's enough discipline. We had a lot more discipline by nature. We had no energy. Because you have to have discipline. We had no energy. Deprivation. We just had enough energy to maintain ourselves. We had no energy for anything else. So we're in a situation here. Now, once you start developing your discipline, once you start developing your discipline, things will change overnight. Depends on how much effort you put into it. It says put your 100% effort. But how much effort you put into it, your situation will change overnight. Because it's all about pressure. It's about stress. You're under stress because you don't have discipline, and they have more discipline than you, so they have power over you, and they're crushing you. That's the stress. You're feeling the stress. The weaker you are, the more stress you're going to feel. That's what it is. It ain't nothing about no Scientology and so what's these new things they have into my mental health and all that kind of stuff. It's all about pressure. You're going to understand in a minute, but it may be too late for some of you. That's what it is. But they don't want you to know that. Instead, they even know it themselves. They say, you're just leaving, Ten Commandments. No, Ten Commandments is not the law of pressure. It's how we should interact with each other. It's not the law Elijah Muhammad had. We're going to tell you that more in a minute. And all of a sudden, things start happening. Things happen to you overnight. That's why I'm going to say we put you in heaven overnight. Because if you start applying discipline, engine to power. The more, after a while, your power equals theirs. That means you have no stress anymore. I live a stress-free life. I'm 76 years old. I live a stress-free life. I'm still under their domination, but I'm not stressed by them anymore. And if you do more, then after a while, you reverse this situation. So now you feel euphoric because now you have greater power than they. You have more power than theirs. So now you're putting them under pressure. They start to be under stress. Like I said, it's not about how nice you talk, how nice person you are. No, it's about discipline. Because if that was the case, how devils ever get power? Jesus, Allah said, no, it don't work that way. You obey the law, so I'm going to bless you? No. You obey the law, that's what bless you. See? You eat food, right? Food is what benefits you. Or if I eat this food, I'm going to bless you. I'm going to bless your health. If that's the case, why did eat anything? So don't eat pork because it's good, not good for you. They got you thinking backwards. Oh, well, if I do this, Jesus won't. No. You got nothing to do with it. It says God help those help themselves. Isn't that what the Quran says? They'll change the nation's condition, they change their own condition. I would tell you that if you don't do it, that's not going to get done. But you don't understand that way. Yeah, Lord, Jesus going to bless. No. Your obedience to the law will bless you. And start changing your life around overnight. We'll cover that more in a minute. So this is what they don't want. Because this situation right now, they have control of us. But now we start applying discipline, this happens. Whoa. Now we have power over them. They're under stress. That's why a lot of them, I'm going to tell you, one nation rise, another nation fall because it's an action-reaction situation. Two new nations can't rule the planet at the same time. And as we said, no man can serve two gods. They love one, hate the other. If we come to power, that means we take power from them. That's the only way we become power. We have to become more powerful than them. That means they're not under our control. But the point we have two different natures. So we're going to apply and we bring a system that's consistent with our nature. Let me say it again. We're going to bring a system that's consistent with our nature. They brought a system that was consistent with their nature, which is against our nature. We're two different people. But they brought a situation that was consistent with that we was all the same people. Then we would not have been oppressed by their system. Because at the same time, since we lack. They get charged. Oh, we're gonna start making chocolate ice cream. Oh, we like chocolate ice cream, and we say, hey, everybody's on board. But if you like vanilla, they say no. We in charge now. We're gonna make chocolate. Well, okay, if you want ice cream, you have to chocolate. You ain't happy with it, but what you gotta do, because they don't want to make it. You understand, brothers and sisters? So the new world will come in and it will be patterned after our nature, based on our nature, but it's against their nature. So they're going to be afflicted and oppressed, doing them devils done to you. We now stop saying, well, oh, they so we're not going to. Oh, they so nice. They like him, and they like him, and that ham makes them feel good. And pig feet. Okay, let's give some pig feet and ham. They feel good. We can think about something like that. No, you eat. Yeah, we like ham and pig feet. Okay. Well, if you get charged, you can run. That's what they fed us, didn't they? Was that good for us? They fed chitlins. Was that good for us? Now, some of us, maybe some of us are just eating it. You won't find white folks eating chitlins. That's exactly what it is, chitlins. They took the S on, put a C there. But that's back there, exactly what it is. So this situation, and they see they're losing power now over the world, and losing power over us. They know they lose power over us. That means they lose power. That means that we gain power over them. It's one, if you push somebody, they're pushing you, right? So it's one with the other. If you push them harder, you got them pushed against the wall, they got you against the wall. They just, they'll stalemate, they both be in trouble. So if we're talking about the planet here, we're going to rule the planet, that means whoever rules the planet will have everybody else under their control. So Adam had to control a new rule in the earth. So he put it the way they wanted to do it, which is opposition to everybody else that has a different nature than them. And the more different your nature, the worse it's going to be. So it was worse for us. That means our nature is totally adverse to theirs. Some natures wasn't as bad. Therefore, they didn't do as bad as we did. We did the worst because our nature told, and we suffered the most because that's a whole different way of life. It was changed the most. They didn't change the brothers in Africa, right? They didn't change them. They might have did some things, but they still got their names. They got some got their religion and language. How about China? How about India? No, they fucked us over totally. We suffer more than anybody because we total opposite nature than them, total opposite. That means there's constant friction between us and them. For our rise, there be great resistance because the situation reversed to what they did to us. I say, dude, we can't do anything like, see, here, that's when you understand mathematics, you understand Farrakhan don't know the hell he's talking about. We can't do them as they did to us. Well, that's the mathematics. That's just, for us to get control, that would have to happen. We're not going to make a world like they want it. Make a world like we want. Be paradise for us. That's why it says, people in hell will see paradise, perhaps see people in hell, but they'd be there, but it'd be our paradise is hell for them. Farrakhan did make a song, "A White Man's Heaven is a Black Man's Hell," something right there, but he went on that. He was halfway there for them on that one. Our paradise is hell for them. Their paradise was hell for us. That's too complicated to understand? And they're going to fight against that. We was told, don't fight against it. Admit to it. That pressure is how you transform things, upgrade things. That's how you make a turn a diamond, a coal to diamond. Just admit to it. Don't fight it. We're going to transform you. Let's make man our likeness, our image. Male and female. Transform us to angels of God by submitting. So we did. Now we submitted. Now we're diamonds in the rough. Come on, brothers and sisters. They go through everything they can to stop this. They see it. They're actually coming, they lose control of us. They lose control of the world. So they see something happening, and you think they're talking, heads talk about that. What would that mean? So they're going to be totally resistant. And the point is, since they're totally different from us, totally averse, that means resistance be total. Be total. And be global. Because they had, remember, make a new rule, they had rule of the earth. So we're going to take rule of the earth. That means it's going to be total destruction, total war, total resistance. Total. And resistance is just a measure of your level of growth. If you're going from 0 to 1,000 in 2 seconds, overnight, that means the resistance is going to be astronomical. But they can't stop it. They can't stop the spring. They're going to try. And they will be totally unsuccessful unless you just lay down, unless they get frostbite. You know, I'm gonna stay with them. So you run back and get in the igloos and all that, you know, cross line, all that. Well, then you did that to yourself. You're trying to open my eyes up and tell you, no, spring is for you. And this is what you need to do to prepare, you know, get the winter clothes off. You walk around and spring all those clothes on, man, you can mess around and get dehydrated. You got used to wearing 4 or 5 pieces of clothes because it's winter, right? Then you're going to hold on to that. Hold on to the cross, hold on to all that nonsense, right? That will kill you in the winter, in the spring. That dude died from dehydration. Why? Man, that guy had layers of clothes on. Didn't he get a memo? No, he thought it was still winter, man. He was hanging with the winter people. Move on. You see, men's hearts failing them from fear of the expectation of those things which coming upon earth. Earth represents European countries. You see, you don't understand the engine for this stuff. And the power of heavens represent the Middle East. But they don't know that. They don't know shit. But you ask a question they can't stand, ask, who's the dragon? Who's the jinn? They don't know. Who's God to make God? They don't know. Simple things. But when you start injured, all that stuff is, you know, everything. All that. Beyond. They don't know. So they tell you, well, the heavens beyond. Yeah, but how could you be afraid of something you can't see that's beyond sun, moon, and stars or someplace after you die? It has to be something that you have to be able to visualize right here. But are you in fear? So they have a heart attack, something they see. So they're on earth, but it's heaven must be on earth too. For them to see it and be afraid, because what they see happen, something's going to happen in heaven that's so dramatic, it's going to cause their hearts to fail. No, and it hasn't happened here yet. So which thing happen when it gets, because they know it's coming. So somehow somebody's got to tell them, explain it, make them see that it's going to come here. Because they see a disaster over there, say, "Oh man, I see. Oh man, I'm in North Carolina, man. And I see, man, there's look at the tornado up there in Virginia. So, yeah, man, that's terrible. Then somebody tell you that tornado's coming here. Really? They convince you. Now, man, you're getting. Oh man, I'm gonna lose my house. Now you're getting nervous. I'm gonna lose my. You know what I'm saying? So somebody got to. So you got to put these things together. When it says the end will come, when this message taught. This gospel is preached in all the world. I'm telling you right now. So they're going to realize, and it has to be preached in all the world and understood. Otherwise, I'm speaking in Martian, don't matter. It has to be in language of the earth. It has to be a language of the earth. But they have to see it. Oh, damn. Expectation. So what's happening when it actually gets here? Hell is coming here. I told you, the Middle East, that's going to trigger Armageddon. So their heart's feeling just, what's going on there right now is going to come here. You got a race war going on there right now. It's abomination, desolation, but they call it genocide, but it's a race war. It's Europeans as masquerading as Jews. As the Bible says, those who claim say Jews are not. They're synagogue of Satan. They are Satan. And they're fighting the Arabs. There's a race war going on right now. It's going to turn to a religious war in a minute. It's going to soak the sands in. It's going to the blood, the sands in. The raven's going to be soaked in blood. I mean, soaked. Soaked. The economic war also going on there right now because God's trying to control the economics of the region. All that's coming here. Because the economics are going to collapse there because it tells you, chapter 18, the European economy, because of that war, total economic collapse. They say that's going to come here. Remember, what they see happen over there is come here. They'll say a race war coming here. That's going to be right there. They'll say a religious war coming here. Because it's going to be a religious war between the Shia and the Sunni, because the Shia are going to take control of the Middle East. I mean, they got control of Mecca. Whoa. You understand that one? Imagine that. The Sunni, no matter how you think they backwards or whatever, they rally around that one. The Shia got control of Mecca, the Kaaba, the Shia. These people will go insane. Then they're crazy now, blowing themselves up and everything else, because now they think they're doing God's will. Mecca, Medina, Kaaba. There might be a little hint there because, you know, they got that temple in Jerusalem. Alexa Mox, Alexa Moss, they can pronounce it correctly. Is that going to trigger? They trying to go in there. The so-called Zionists tell them, because remember, they want to build a new temple, and they said they can't do it. I'm getting off pace here. I'm getting off subject. I shouldn't get into this. They're telling them that you got to understand what the Zionist movement is all about with the Christians. But they believe that Jesus will come when God takes out Jerusalem, or is Russia going to attack Middle East, right? And then he's going to come. But one of the reasons they're going to do it because they're going to take and destroy the mosque. They want to build a new temple. See, that you're hearing that in the news right now. That's a big deal right now. But that's when Trump told them, gave Jerusalem as a capital. It means that's where the mosque is. See, I didn't even talk about that. I'm gonna leave a little there. But they go in there. Right now, they even touched that mosque. They've been all around it. They haven't went in there yet. They went in there, and all the so-called Muslim area, they ain't listening to their leaders no more. They ain't listening to the Prince of Saudi. They ain't listening to the guy over in Egypt, what his name is. That mosque almost holy as Mecca, Kaaba. But the Jews got control of it. But they let Jordan have basic control. But they really control them. So that's the whole idea. They tell the so-called Christians, no, y'all got to take that mosque. That's going to be because Jesus come back. But once you take that mosque down and put build a new temple there, they're supposed to profane the mosque. That's the way it starts resting them. That's not the way it happens. That's the way they see it in their mind. They said they're going to pollute the mosque. Put pork pig in there. And that's going to drive the Muslims crazy. And there'll be a big attack, and Russia will come in. And that's the idea. And that's going to make Jesus come back. Yeah, I'm just giving highlights. Okay. Now, is that what's about to happen? It's Christmas season. Passover? Is it Passover? Is that Passover? Is it Passover time? Anyway, that trigger Iran. Something's getting ready to trigger that. That's the pressure Jews get from the so-called Christians. And man, no, go ahead and build that mosque, man. Their idea is once the war goes and Jews are on their knees begging, that's when they're gonna call on Jesus, and Jesus gonna come back, save them, and kill all the Muslims and all the niggas and everything else. That's their idea. I wasn't gonna talk about that. I'm gonna leave that there. That's right. That's a hot point, but nobody's talking about it. Like nobody's talking about the abomination of desolation. Something's gonna trigger it. See, and that's somewhat of a religious war too. That's gonna fail. But something's gonna happen there on that mosque. Maybe any day now. That may be a trigger. I'm not gonna say anymore. They probably said too much already. Because say if you let them know what's going on, they're gonna try to change it. Something's going over there. Something's going to trigger the resumption of that war. It's on pause now. Once it does, hell breaks loose. But that's on a small example of what would happen if they take the Sunnis here, take Mecca. The Sunnis going to go crazy. They're going to have a religious war off the page. You have a religious war, that's worse than a race war. But they think doing God's will. So they go and sacrifice their life. They guarantee going to heaven, all that kind of stuff. Bullshit, but so you got a race war going, economic war going, and you got the race war, economic war, and religious war. All that's coming here. So if you understand what I just said, you can see how it's going to be intense. Then it's coming here. It's going to be worse when it gets here. Who and brothers and sisters. It says pressure or tension. See, tension opposite of pressure. Like a rubber band, you pull, that's tension. Put it, stop it. The dissatisfaction bring about a change, that means great tension. The universe expands, it's putting tension on everybody. That means tension is less energy. So when tension got to the maximum, the universe totally expanded. It's just, we're in extreme tension. So Gog and Magog was created, Adam was created on extreme tension. But extreme tension is bad for us because it means right, we want to make a change, we don't have energy to make a change. Because all the energy is out there. So now we're on extreme energy deprivation. Since with Lamborghinis, since they're both like Beatles, it's not that much tension for them. They was creating tension, creating haste. That's what they mean by creating haste, creating tension. And so they have energy, but they don't need as much energy to maintain themselves. Come on, brothers and sisters. It's the main point here. This is a shock you're going to see, brothers and sisters, in a minute. And that happens. I've been telling you, I've been wanting this 30 some years. What I'm telling you right now, I've been talking about for 30 some years. Somebody in great detail. Presentations out there. They did platform a few times. Still, you got presentations going back at least 10 years, I think, or more. So this is shock. What I just told you. Because they're going to realize the truth. Realize spring coming in. There's nothing to do about it. The destruction is right? I would say ordained, but what would you call it? Spring coming in. That's just the way it is. Nothing else women can do about it. But the resistance will be off the page. That's the shock. And if you're not prepared for it, you'll be shocked because you might be crushed by it. See, a lot of people are going to be crushed because remember, they had the ability to develop their muscles. They didn't. Discipline. So now they crush what's about to happen. Move on. Give me a minute, bro. Since we're gonna walk through this, and then we make the main point. What I'm attempting to do here, brothers and sisters, is set you up for it. Understand the time, the environment, the nature of how things work. Then show you what you need to do. Prepare for it, survive it, overcome it. Let's see what, okay, now see here. This is a pattern. Now you can check this history if you. I know most of us ain't into history unless it's the history of the NFL. This follows a pattern. So, was back in the 1820s was what we call so-called end of slavery. It was all niggas and field niggas, right? Now the house niggas, it was all called black, but they was master's children. It was his rape children. They allowed them in the house. It was his children. That was daddy. They was house niggas. Who's the field niggas? They all called us black. Was all, but no, they was really their fan. They was black, but they was kinfolk. So we had that division. It was all niggas. We had house niggas and field niggas. Then what happened? Then 1860s come and we got a burst of energy. Now, as the universe contracts, we get an energy wave probably every 50 years. The Quran talks about that. There's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it's coming above a sudden. That means it's coming from the heavens, coming to earth, absorbed by the earth. Then earth converts the energy in a form we can use, and suddenly we experience it. And so that's what happened there. We broke our chains. Book of Mark tell you, but they say they did. So you want to go by with that, go along. They didn't do it. We broke our own chains, but they think, no, that's not a story. Anyway, 1860s. So what we do? We had the blues. We know what to do. Emotion. We affect. Remember, music is controlling the atmosphere. The low level of control, but it's controlling the atmosphere. That's music is the atmosphere. Give an atmosphere flavor. You control the atmosphere. When somebody hear it, they hear music, right? That's how much control you have over the atmosphere. That's what they're hearing. Hearing the control that you have over the atmosphere. The level, the nature of the control. So you have the blues, because that's our nature. I mean, that's excuse me, that was our emotional status at that time. We had blues, know what to do. So it was all called Negroes now. Yeah, remember? Niggas, they want to stay with master because that's their nature. Master, daddy, that's it. I want to stay with daddy. Only problem they got is, with daddy is he won't accept them like he accepts his white children. But they still his daddy and they love him. They love what he does. They love what he eats. They got the same nature. It's black. They get rid of that black, they do it in a heartbeat. Remember Michael Jackson? The other one, see, they could get away from master. Right? We all considered all but black. 50 years, now, 50 years later, oh, we got a bigger divide now. Now we want to be more like master. Don't want to just be a master, we more like master. Before we want to be with master, now we want to be more like master. We want to be more like, now we start finding about Africa. We know anything about Africa. We want to start being more like Africa. That's time we start learning about Africa because you got Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Master from Shoulder. If we start learning about Africa, so we want to be like that. They said, no, we want to be more like Europeans. And then we got jazz, start getting jazzy. We start learning something about our history and stuff. What we thought we just niggas, dumb niggas and slaves. Feeling jazzy, right? Check the records, that's exactly what happened. Because so colored. 50 years later, there's a 50-year period here. 50 years, 1860s. 1860 and 1960, that's 100 years, that's 250s, right? Yeah. Okay, look, a bigger divide. Now I just want to be like master. I want to live with master. I want to be equal to master. Man, I want to accept me as your son, just like you accept me, your white people, your son. I'm your black son. Accept me just like your white son. Accept me like your white daughter. I'm your daughter. I want to be just like you. Isn't that what his message was? Salvation. I live next door to you. I marry you. I want you to be totally accepted. He said, hell, we don't mean nothing with you. We want to get the hell away from you. You ain't like us. We want to get away from you, master. But we still call ourselves loosely black. We're still one people. But Elijah Muhammad told us to speak to both. But we're two different people. This is master's people, master's children. We call demons. Half devil, half man. It's the original. Now you got Motown sound. Oh, say it loud, black and proud. We never call ourselves blacks over here, Afro-American. Call ourselves colors anymore. The divide becomes greater between the two. But we still loosely call ourselves black. We got a problem, man, because we see things different ways. See, because they were sitting together, Elijah Muhammad, Martin Luther King. They consider themselves all one family. Then 50 years later, right? Oh, that's right now. We're in that period right now. We're about to get an energy burst, another energy burst. All those result energy bursts, suddenly things happen. And now the divide is so great that we know, hey, no, they ain't our people. They're demons. We're original. We're the real Israel. They're demons. The divide is so great. He misses follows the devil, but now they divided. See? And they want to stay here. We want to get the hell out of here. Race war. And the new music is about to come. That's the pattern. Do you believe it or not? It's up to you. That's what happened here, brothers and sisters. But then we say, well, how will we know that this is the correct person? Because what would a person? Remember, no, Martin Luther King, we know. We said he was totally consistent with that idea. So what would be the idea you'd have for a person at this point in time? 50 years later, what would have a person at this point in time? 50, let's see.
I believe that America can be good. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Sounds like that's the well, let's see what he say about the other side, remember? He said they would hate each other because now they know they're different. And they're opposed to each other because they know they're the enemy now. They know the enemy, there was devils. They know the other side, they're enemy because they're the devil. There's blackface. Then they realize, hey, no, you ain't one of us. You're one of them. They would hate each other. Say, oh man, we always black, but no, man, you master children. Say, man, we ain't like you, man. Y'all niggas over there, man. We ain't went on nigga. See? That's what the children would say. Still niggas over there, man. We have nothing to do with y'all. Hitting each other. They recognize they're different. So let's see what he said about the other side. What he say about America, Massa, what he say about the other side.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. That's real, both sides. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Well, it sounds clear to me. You love Massa. Hate the other side, male and female. Hope the worms eat their ass. Yeah, they're the ones you're living off of. Let me explain this. This is something you don't understand, you probably don't know. When we was in the fields, the house niggas, they was in with Massa. So Massa living off us. And they was in the house niggas living off too, because they got from Massa what they got from us. Massa fed them, they saw what they got from us. So they was both of them was living off of us. And the preachers Back then, they would be master children. They would be the ones come out and tell you, obey master, love master, be a good Christian. You know, Jesus gonna get you after you die, all this stuff, right? Remember, that was the master children doing this stuff. Right? They was living off of you. So then, when they need the fields anymore, and you weren't producing in the fields for them anymore, right? Then they say, okay, well, Master, what are we going to do? Well, you can't live off us. Master told you couldn't live off us. He told his children, the black-faced children, you can't live off us. Yeah, you can still live off of them. We can't live off them anymore because, man, we so-called, you know, the way they say it, right, we're not slaves anymore. Like I said, it's more complex than that. We broke our chain. Anyway, if you look at it from that point of view, then they couldn't keep us in the fields anymore, except the sharecroppers. That was their decision. Stay there. You can't live off of us anymore. Some of the house niggas, but you can live off of them. That's what they've been doing. These preachers, politicians, Farrakhan. Farrakhan is multimillionaire. How did he become that? He don't have a business anywhere. How did he become multimillionaire? Elijah Muhammad wasn't a multimillionaire. When he left, all the assets and everything was put in the nation's name. I was there as a fact. The family, everything got mad, and they went to court. Said, no, that stuff belongs to my father. And ripped it all off, and left the police with nothing. Farrakhan was standing right there, part of it. They told to live off us. So Farrakhan has been living off us. See how he feel about you, but he's saying that, but he neglected the party. He's the one that killed the nation. Him and Wiles killed it, destroyed it. Got rid of the name and everything. Took all the assets and everything. But he neglected that part when Musa was alive. Who killed it? And now he's like a buzzard, come back to eat the flesh of the dead bodies that he killed. You understand? That's what he's about. That's they're about. You get it? So the preachers and all of them, okay, let's live off these niggas. But you can't live off, those you can't live off us. Matt said, but we are you. No, you live over them. And that's what's going on. These politicians, these preachers, everything else, they're living off of you. You don't know it. I'm telling you now. Farrakhan been living off you for some years. Go on, brothers and sisters. So, well, let's go and see what's the result of this. Move on, get rid of them. Let's move on. Now we saw what would the message of the covenant say? The other side. We be teaching the covenant. He was saying we're going home in spite of Farrakhan said we're not going nowhere. It shows right there, he's not part of the covenant. Places follows the devil, so he's not to see Abraham anyway, so it doesn't apply to him. He's Joshua, which they never mention. He's a messenger of the covenant, which again they never mention. He's here to take us home again. They say it's never mentioned either. All three are connected. He's here to take us home. This is the covenant. And what does he have for those? He had nothing but hell destruction for Farrakhan and those on that side, because he know they're devils. And they're trying to use Elijah's name to keep living off of us. See, they use Elijah's name, or we're students of Elijah. They're not teaching. I give you $5,000. You show me that he's preaching Elijah Muhammad's teachings. $5,000 cash money. Well, Matt Muhammad's lessons. You know he's not. But that's the way they live off of us, because they said they can't live off the devil. They're saying you can't live off us, so you can live off of them. So they say, okay, I'm with Elijah. So you think, okay, you come running, and so the head gets rich off of you. That's all about. Farrakhan living off of you. Because you can't live off the devil. They'll say you can't live off us. So he's there. That's why I said the son of perdition will Lord consume the spirit of his mouth and destroy the brightness of his coming. It's about to happen. So that's what demons are, all of them out there. They're living off our people. The preachers, Reverend Jackson, Sharpton, Farrakhan. Understand, brothers and sisters? They would say, you can't live, we can't live on us. Live for the niggas, and that's what they've been doing. Okay, let me play a couple of these and bring my main point and close out.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Okay, brothers and sisters, you need to study this. Pay close attention. Because what it's telling you here is, the law, not talking about the law of Moses, because Elijah Muhammad didn't teach the 10 Commandments. That's not the law he's talking about. But if you read, I believe it's, what's the name of that book? I can't think of the name of the book right now. Anyway, it's a law. That's the law he's talking about. Okay? I can't think of, at any rate, they tried to see Sunday, this last Sunday, but December 1st, what else was it? They said, oh, they the leader. You know what I'm talking about? That's the law, that's 10 Commandments. That's not the, what was with Elijah Muhammad. Not the law that Elijah Muhammad gave us, 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments is not a power law. It's the law how we should react to each other, not enemies. Right? But the law, okay, I know it starts with L. Anyway, he said, obey the law. See, because the prophets, they came and always told him, obey the law. It told, Moses told him, if you don't obey his law, you're going to lose power. You'll go in captivity. What it's telling you, if you interpret it, you're going to lose power. You lose power. Other people have power over you. If your pressure is less than theirs, your power is less than theirs, they're going to have power. It says, once you obey the law, you You break your captivity. You come back home, not stay here. Read it carefully. What it's telling you is that's the source of your power. Discipline. They do not teach you discipline. They tell you, believe in Jesus, don't worry about anything, especially Catholic Church. You don't worry about anything, just confess to Jesus and he died for your sins. Bullshit. See? Catholic Church went, Europeans went into the dark age for 1,000 years because of that. It's telling you, obey that law, obey that law. I'm going to show you what the law is. Muhammad, he taught about law. He didn't get the science behind it. He did teach the law. People started becoming powerful. That's what they feared. They feared Elijah Muhammad. And they started developing. And they said, oh, no, we can't have that happen. And they started plotting. Tell you Thessalonians, they was plotting. They can put Farrakhan there to get you away from the law, because he ain't teaching the law. And the next one, that bullshit. The law is where your power comes from. Energy times discipline. The law is discipline. Read those things carefully. If you obey that, it's not, oh, well, I'm going to bless you. No, it doesn't work like that. They taught you, well, if you bless God, it's going to bless you. No. Obeying the law is the blessing, is the blessing. Obeying the law is the blessing because you're making it happen. Discipline times energy equals power. You understand that if you're original, you want to make it home. So right now, we got the demons and the original people mixed up. So we're neutralizing each other. See? They're the ones going to criminals. They're the ones, all that stuff. They're the ones it's difficult for them to obey the law. Remember, it's not their nature to obey the law. That's why they have sent prophets to them all the time. Message keep on, hey, they try to kill the message of prophets. They try to, get them to boost them back up. And then they go for a while, and then they start sliding back again. Get yourself in trouble. We have a natural ability of discipline, but the point is we don't cultivate it, we don't develop it, because they don't teach you discipline. Oh, this is so Christianity, don't worry about that stuff. They don't teach you discipline. They don't teach you discipline. But if you get disciplined, you start getting power. They lose control of you. This is what Suleiman had to do. Remember, it said the chaff and the wheat mixed together. So Elijah, you can't separate them. So no son of man would have to do it. You separate them. Once they separate them, then you become powerful because you don't have you're not mixed in with the wheat. It's keeping you powerless. You wouldn't mix it with the chaff, rather. And we move. You're going to see the great army then. Sounds like the brightest star of heaven. They separate the chaff from the wheat, throw the chaff in the fire. They separate the sheep from the goats and throw the goats in the fire. See, we all mixed up together now. That's keeping us neutral. If we separate it, then we can boost our discipline. Their level is they don't have the same level of discipline ability as we do. Like I said, a man has greater natural ability of strength than a woman does. She can work on it. If you don't do anything, then she can overcome it. They keep us. It's like back in the fields, right? They made a law that we couldn't read and write. Why? Why would you make a law that a dog couldn't read and write? If it was stupid, it was ignorant. Why you make a law? Because they knew if we got read and write, we start applying discipline, we'd be more powerful than them. We're smarter, so they got to keep us ignorant. Let's move on. See, it says, no weapon that formed against you will prosper. Why say things like that? They say you can have a Uzi. They say you have a machine gun. They say you have a bomb or missile. No weapon that's formed against you shall prosper. Every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment shall condemn. See, Pharaoh's always blaming you. That's telling him in there, but we move on. You know what I'm saying? Men's heart, we talk about that, right? Men's heart. An angel. An angel is a Muslim, Islamic name for what you call revelations. Sealed book. And no one will be able to break that seal but Lamb or Son of Man. They got all these pretenders out there, but none of them can break that seal. No matter what that stuff, things didn't mean nothing. They show they're imposters. That's why I made it so clear that you would not be deceived, because the person that's son of the Master Covenant, he'd be the one that lied. Muhammad never claimed to break the seals. He's a match from Muhammad. So that's how you would know. So if they haven't broke the seal, you should be listening to him. As far as I know, he hasn't made that claim, because I know he definitely don't know. Now, there's people know what those are. They don't know what the golden calf anything is. Once you find the Master Covenant, all that stuff is revealed. Clearly, provable. Here we go. And here's your discipline gym. Here's your mental gym. Here's your discipline gym. It's just part of that. You get to start working out, and then your power starts immediately increasing. Everyone said bust about it. Our greater power overcomes lesser power. Greater pressure overcomes less pressure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It means that everything that comes out of their mind, nothing they can produce out of their mind that can harm you. They come out with missiles, bombs, whatever. If your pressure is greater than that, nothing they can do to harm you. Nothing, zero. No hell you hear behind. That's why he's telling you this. When God sends somebody out, if you want to use that term, he don't send an army. He sends like one messenger. Why he send one messenger? Male or female? With no guns, anything. They'll take down empires, because they know the whole war is based on pressure. The ideas of pressure. We live in a pressure environment. We understand that. You don't have to worry about those things. They're trying to communicate to you. So therefore, under that pressure, you have quality. You have 5 different attributes to the human condition. 5 different attributes to the human condition. And this is a gym to show you how to bring them together, maximize your discipline. Meaning by maximize, you maximize your power. When your power is greater than theirs, you feel no stress. Your power is less than theirs, you feel stress. The greater your power becomes, the less stress you feel. When you get to the point where you feel no stress, that means your power is equal to theirs. And when you start feeling euphoria, that means now your power is greater than theirs, and they're under stress by you. And that's the pillars right there. That's the war. That's your protection this war. That's your protection. You want protection where no weapon will prosper against you, right? Nothing on your head will harm. That's it. Because your pressure will be greater than theirs. You start working out immediately. You start getting results immediately. The more you put in, the more you get out. We're talking about each one individually. There's five attributes of yourself that completes the human condition. Okay, this one. The mind, by human condition. Mind feeds information to the brain. They cloud information, they distort it. Propaganda, bad education. About Jesus. Oh, you don't have to worry about anything. Jesus died for you. You don't have to practice discipline. These are Jesus. That's the fake. There's no such thing as Jesus in the manuscripts. They made up that. It's a Greek name. They got you worshiping Zeus, God of Earth, Jesus. But you can't find Jesus in the manuscripts anywhere, either Aramaic nor Greek. I mean, no, either Aramaic or Hebrew. So they're attacking you. They're attacking you now. It's going to. I'm just saying they're already attacking you, but it's going to go on steroids in a minute. This they're doing this to try to abort you. They say they can't abort you. You come out the womb, now they come with knives and to kill you. So if they do it inside the womb, it's called abortion. Outside the womb is murder. They're about to murder you. Right now, they're trying to abort you. That's what it says in the scripture, right? So they're trying to abort them. So the women abort them. Every time they abort them. Then once you, and then what? If they weren't successful in doing it, so the child was born, they said, let's throw them in the river. You understand, Kino? That means that's war, destroy you. So right now, that's the battle right now. You face Christianity, propaganda, bad education. And Elijah Muhammad, he didn't have the science behind this, but he had the idea. So Master Muhammad taught him the basic idea. Because he came and said, here's Islamic lessons. He didn't talk about any reciting. Any reciting going on when I was there. Well, you recite the lessons. But it didn't say you recite it constantly, but maybe that's what it meant. I know I had to recite the lesson to get my X. If you continue doing that, I know I figured out reciting because I looked at study the Quran. I figured out reciting. So I was doing this when I was with Elijah. I recite every day. Before I even got the Injil. And by the time I told her to do it also. Anyway, well, how to get to recital. I got ahead of myself, bro, sisters. Recital is the next one. I got ahead of myself. He gave us a lesson, Islam. Put down your mind. Study the lessons. We did have to recite them, so I jumped ahead of us. He had to recite, so I got two translated. But they gave a lesson. So, and they tell you who your enemies are, in general. And all of them tell you the devil's enemies. Didn't talk about killing them, the people. Right? They gave the basic idea. Islam. So that was Elijah's effect, right? Remember, he had a lower level of discipline. Because when he met John, or excuse me, when he met Son of Man, or you call it Jesus, right? He said, I'm not worthy to baptize you. He's prepared the way. But he had a low level. But anyway, it's still enough discipline to accomplish what he accomplished. He started out people on the road to discipline. That's the main thing, right? Okay. Let's go to the next one. Then the next one, slots. Now, emotions, they're attacking you on your emotions. See? I told you they attack you right now. They get ready to up the volume in a minute. They attack your emotions. Fear. Obey me or whatever, they're lost. They're doing the music, but you don't understand how they're doing the music yet. Talk about how they've been studying music. What frequencies or whatever you want to call it, right? Notes, whatever. That inspires fear in you. Music can make you feel good, it can make you feel bad, it can make you feel afraid, it can make you feel relaxed. Music affects your emotions. Music is a reflection of your emotions. We had the blues, the jazz, so forth, so on. Drugs, they give you drugs. Oh man, you're nervous, give you, right? All this stuff to keep your heart from being firm. That's where attacking your emotions. Thank you. So music, drugs. These things they're doing to attack you now, destroy you. Elijah and Matt now. Elijah, right? They didn't teach it all consistent reciting. They did say you had to recite the lesson, so unless I missed something, I had to recite just get my X and I was into it. I studied them though. That's not reciting. His answer to fear is have faith in Master Muhammad. So his answer was the consequence side. Now, I'm not saying he knew the 5 pillars. I'm just saying applying what his program to the 5 pillars. I'm not saying he knew the 5 pillars. I don't recall him ever mentioning it. It's been a long time. But that's how just have faith in be nothing but Allah. So it's like a faith thing. But they're attacking you on these things right now on the lower level. It's right now people are complacent. Yeah, people back here. See, let's go back here. This keeps people confused and everything. They're powerless. They have any discipline. Bad information going to their mind. So it's how you know it's bad information. Because if your mind has you beating yourself, that means the information you're getting is against yourself. If your mind is, if it's beating, if man was beating himself, that means the information you're going in your mind is against yourself, 100%. Here, like your emotions. Remember, all this is to keep you from getting discipline. So now you're not getting mental discipline, not getting emotional discipline. There's 5 aspects. Then you go here. You don't get economic discipline. Mom said, do for self. What's a remedy for that? It's an American dream and credit. And credit gets you out of balance. It's just the acceptance of money. Okay. If you get $1,000 a day, everybody gets $1,000 a day, right? That's all you can have. They tell you, you can get this house over here. Now you got what you have possession of. That's what you control. So you got $100,000 house. Okay, but you only can have $1,000 a day. They say, okay, your payments is going to be $200 a day. Oh, I can afford that. I need $800 to take care of myself. We got $200 left over, so I can use it to get a house, right? That's where you calculate. That's not the way. That's not the calculation. Calculation is that's a $100,000 house. You just got $100,000 on it, but you only supposed to have 1,000. And you got 100,000. You got control of 100,000. How much bad luck that's going to cause you? But you don't see it that way. That's exactly what's happening. Credit is an enemy. Just money, credit, all that's illusion. And that's how they're beating you right now. Because then, now, you got all this bad, so now you under their control. That's the form it takes. Because you're in their control for $1,000, but what? For $100,000. Because that's what it is, right? You owe them. That's right, you owe them. So they have my control over you. That's equal to this world's life. I explained to my wife because she used to buy houses. Before I got in the engine, I lived in a mini mansion. I was buying and selling houses. I don't do it anymore. I don't buy cars anymore. I lease them. I rent them, basically. Now you control it. Now you got control of that. Now you got all that bad luck you just created. If you understand that. American dream, or I'm gonna get all this stuff. Credit, you all that stuff is big. The Quran says, spin out what we have given you, not what the devils give you. Not what the devils promise you. It says they promise you to deceive. It says, spin out what we have given you. That's what's telling. It's a very powerful point. But and you'll be successful. But no, you're not spending out what they're giving you. You spend what the devil's giving you. And you get credit and all this kind of stuff you're doing, and throwing you out of balance. Because if you got $1,000 a day and you spend and you use $1,000 to maintain yourself, then you walk a tightrope, man. You balance. You ain't gonna fall. Now you taking stealing from somebody else. You took $300 from somebody else. Now you got $1,300 per day. So now you got $1,300. You got $300 worth of bad luck every day. That could be a tumor that you cultivated. That could be being around the wrong people. Might be on probation or something. Right? And moving into a place where you, what do you call it? What's that? Moss? What do they call that stuff? You know, what do they call that stuff? They take all kinds of forms. You find a relationship with somebody that's going to cause you a lot of trouble. Whatever, it take all kinds of forms. Or you work in a job you hate. But you got to pay that. You can pay that mortgage. Economics, credit is a trap. Credit is a trap. Now you just get things that you shouldn't be having. Spend what we've given you. You don't need credit for that. But you don't pay attention to that part, do you? So they attack you economically. On top of that, right? The quality of economics. Because like Mama said, do for sales. That means you build your own stores, all kinds of stuff. No. No, in other words, when I say quality, like you can have $1 million shit farm or $1 million gold mine. As far as consequence concerned, both of them worth $1 million. But they say you can only get a shit farm. They only let you buy $1 million. They control what you can buy with your $1 million. So therefore, it's worth $1 million. Nobody wants it, but it's worth $1 million. You got to smell shit and deal with shit every day. It's worth $1 million. They put you in a situation, quality, so that's the quality. So therefore, they put you in a situation where it's stressful, you don't like doing it, but you got to pay that mortgage. Or these type of jobs. See? Now you got to work at a job, Popeyes, because the automotive job that you used to have, they used to make like $20 an hour, right? They sent it to Japan or to Korea someplace. China, because they wanted to turn the quality. They didn't want you. They want you to have a job that you're not going to lack. This it's not going to cultivate your mind or anything. If you have any power, but that's what they did. All the industrial jobs they sent them to China because they want you to have them. They want to change the quality of how they control you. So they give you those type of jobs. See the kind of jobs you get. Then you got to beg for them because there ain't that many. They send them overseas. They want you to have them. They greater control over you. Now, two things. First of all, spend what we're giving you, that means any bad luck. Then build for yourself. That means, right, now you have bad luck, but now you're forced to eat chocolate ice cream when you like vanilla. So now you build your own ice cream farm thing. That's what do for self is. So now you work like you want to work. You'll get the same amount of money, but you work like you want to work. Instead of the way they want you to work. They want you to work on a shit farm, in a pig pen. See, and you will say, I want to work over here in a factory. But they control. You got to work for them. You don't have control of anything. So therefore, you got to work the way they want you to work. See, when Lottie was around, we had own buildings, own complexes, own bank, own food, all that. So we had to do that. So we got like we wanted. Let me say something else again here. Let me go down down here. Let me think about this for a minute. Make sure I present this. The way Elijah did things. Let me come back to it. At any rate, the basic, he tells us to build things for ourselves. So we didn't depend on it. So we had the quality. Our quality was on it. Not theirs. Now it's the case. Because now you got to work for the devil. You got to put up their bullshit, everything else. So you had to put it into that. Economics. So now even if you do it, even if you know what we're giving you, right? But still got to work, right? Therefore, then you got to work in conditions they want you to work in. You know what I'm saying? It's the quality of it. You're not building any bad luck. It's just that you don't have no bad luck, no stress. That was my case, no stress. But still, no, I had my own business, but still, no, I had to work under like Master Muhammad. They put him in jail. They just stuffed him because he's here because they control the quality of the situation. They control the quantity. They control the quality. If you go into a pig farm, you're gonna get shit on you. So you come over here, there's a shit storm over here. Check something out here, boss. This is, I want to say, I think it's kind of slipping my thought. Okay. So that's the economic side of it. Quality. They got to work the type of jobs they want you to work. So, like I said, you won't be suffering any stress. And if you if you got enough power to overcome stress, matter of fact, I'm not sure it wouldn't experience any stress, but still the quality. You may call it quality stress, if you will. But anyway, so now you got to work in a pig farm or work the way they want you to work because they control the jobs. So a lot of them broke that by saying we make our own jobs. So now you work amongst your own people. You do it like you want to do it. The economic warfare. Let's move to the next one. Energy. Now you need so much energy to maintain yourself. And when we was in energy deprivation, right? 1860, we ended up just having energy to maintain ourselves. But they would need, since they had control of us, say we get $1,000 a day, we need $1,000 a day to maintain ourselves. We need energy to think, energy to talk, energy to walk, energy for everything. So say you get $1,000 worth of energy a day, and you need $1,000. You're Lamborghinis, you need. So you have any energy or anything else, relationships or nothing. We didn't have, we couldn't control a nation, couldn't control anything. We had no control of anything. We just had enough energy to maintain ourselves. And then the devils had control of that energy. They said, no, you can't use the energy to maintain yourself. You got $1,000 a day, but you can use $500 $100 to maintain yourself. That's enough to keep you alive. You got to use $900 But what we want you to use, how to use your energy. You understand? And so you got to pick cotton. That's how I want you to use your pick cotton for and stuff. So therefore, our people was dying at an early age. They say the average slave was dying, I think if you Google it, like 30, 40 years old. 30 years old. And when you look at the pictures, they look at 9 years old because they worked so damn hard. Because you didn't have enough, just enough, because they fed you shillings. They fed you any decent food. They fed you shillings and cow chips. That's where the idea of chips come from. Because you be out there suffering, you hungry, and you're working your own, right? And they go and get a cow chip. Eat that, nigga. That's where we get all this hot her stuff in, try to make stuff taste. Understand? So therefore, who's dying early? I mean, can you imagine how impressive that was? So they fed it shillings. Shit, that's what it is. They took a C off, put a S there, I mean, S, put a C there, but that's what it is. And you had no, they show these movies where you're in the house and you got fire. Bullshit, you had none of that. I've seen, because my uncle in North Carolina, I visited him, he showed me exactly what slave quarters look like. Anything like that. He told me at night they locked him in a little room, no bigger, a small bathroom, whole family. At night they locked him, the only heat they got was all be packing it together. They locked me, it had no floor, dirt floor, no toilet, anything, just all in there. It was like small, the bathroom. You did your bathroom on top of each other. And they let you out, because they're afraid you're going to escape or something. So they showed me. So that's bull. You don't have any of that. And they didn't feed you no fork and spoon. They fed you like pig with a trowel. Put trowel, they pour it in there. And lucky if they even try to cook it, half cook it. And they put the stuff that they didn't eat, the stuff they used to throw away. Pig, no, my stuff. No, get those niggas. That's where shillings come from, the stuff they used to throw away. You don't see white folks eating that stuff. Show me a white folks eat shillings. They don't eat it. That stuff they used to throw away, so we give those niggas. And so you could eat decent food. And you work your hell out of you, and then they rape the women. In the summertime, right, they had a woman out there with no clothes on. Why? Because he jumped out the horse and raped her until she been over. And well, she better still be picking cotton while he's raping her. This shit they was doing is worse. And then you fist bumping them? Hundreds of years. So what happened is by doing that, right, attack your metabolism. But even after we got out of the fields, it's still doing it because eating three meals a day and all this kind of stuff, all the stuff they have you doing is increasing your metabolism. That means your body needs more energy. If you eat 3 meals a day, your body needs more energy to process that. So say, for instance, you need 1,000 a day normally, you get 1,200. If you, like I said, if you eat like which, say you need 900 calories a day. They said, well, I'm eating 300 in the morning, 300 after, 3 in the evening. You know how much energy it takes? Your body takes to digest all that. It takes a lot of energy. Your body's constantly going. Your metabolism is running. It means it takes a lot of energy for that. So why just eat 900 calories at the end of the day? It means you get body rest. Don't take so much. You minimize the amount of energy you need. They go, no, do this, drink, smoke, all this stuff. As you run your metabolism, then you want to know why you got diabetes and everything else. You're dying age. You got dying early. You got stroke, and you're getting those things, cancer, and all that kind of stuff. Because you burn your body up. You don't have an energy for anything else. You don't have any, so no discipline. Now you're killing yourself. You have no power because using all the energy you get, maintain that chemistry lab you just created that's blowing up. So your body's on full-time energy, and all your immune system is going 24/7. It's on steroids trying to keep you healthy. It takes a lot of energy for that. So now you burn all this, you burn 10 times, maybe 2 or 3 times more energy you would normally need. So even if you got extra energy, you burn it up. So now you still have no discipline. You have no power. You have to have energy beyond energy that you need to maintain yourself. Times, that's the energy you need, times discipline to give you power. But you don't have any of that because you eating 3 meals a day. Some of you eat more than that. Chewing bubble gum, eating 4 and 5 meals a day, eating all the time. Hanging out. Right? Trying to have sex every night. Just totally, your body's totally out of control. That's why you get tumors and stuff. Elijah Muhammad, that was his, we went meal a day, and stop all this other bullshit. Restrictive law, lower your metabolism. They had, your body didn't require that much energy. And they had other energy, disposable energy, so to speak. With discipline, started giving you power. So the Nation of Islam was feared, and I was feared. So if you get energy, you got to manage it properly. So right now, you mismanaging, so your body's a chemistry lab. It's exploding. Your body's on fire. And your digestion, your immune system trying to put it out. You're tired and everything all the time. You're sleeping all the time because your body's burning itself up. I'm 76 years old. I ain't got no issues. God, well, you understand? You got your map. And animals have a high metabolism. They don't live very long. Your metabolism is running crazy. Stop fast, your metabolism slows down. That means you can't burn your body up. That means you're going to live long, you'll be healthy. The doctors know this, but they ain't going to tell it to you. They teach us all these things they tell us to keep us from gaining discipline. Because everything I just told you right now, discipline. Therefore, you have no power. You apply these things, all of a sudden, fasting, 1 meal a day. How about credit? Do for self. How about credit? Spend out what we've given you. Do slots, get your heart firm. Now you're not emotional. When you're emotional, you burn a lot of energy right there in itself, right? Get your mind back. So you can see those things I just told you. And now you're going to right, you're not using, in other words, here you are, you got a car and you don't have GPS. So now you're trying to, so you're going all, you don't know which way you're going. So you feel a lot of energy going the wrong direction, trying to figure out what direction I should go into. That's what gives you GPS. So if you're trying to go from Chicago to New York, but you don't know GPS, now you're going this way, you're going that way, maybe you're going to Philly, then you're going back down to Virginia, all places. You trying to, that's what I'm saying, you're going, well, I said you're going from Chicago to New Jersey. Hey, look how much you wasted. Well, you could have went straight there. So this tells you who your enemies are. You'll be wasting time with your enemies. You spend time with your friends, people. But now you waste a lot of time fist bumping, hanging out with devils. See? Discipline also, you're wasting energy. So those are things. That's what you, once you master these things, remember it's a power war. Pressure. Once you master it, then you'd be the most powerful in the war. Because no matter how they come bound, they trying to, that's what put fear in you. It tells you if you're a bad law, nothing they can do to you. Because that's the nature of it. But see, you don't believe that because I gotta give me a gun, I gotta give me a bomb, I gotta give me a missile. No. That's the law. Your bad law, sure, everything is based on pressure. There are people in the prison right now, if they start playing that law, they'll be out of prison. It's not the bars that's holding them in prison, it's the people that got the key to the bars. If their pressure is greater than theirs, they're going to have to let you go. It'd be some, oh man, I think he got convicted wrongly. I think we should give a pardon, whatever. Doesn't matter with the quality of it. You coming out of there. Okay. But as soon as your power is great enough, you're out immediately. Immediately. Power that's immediate equation. Greater power, less power. If you put pressure on the balloons, that's immediate. There's no damming that up. That's immediate. Your power is greater than someone else, that's immediate result, immediate calculation. So here, in Hajj, see, how they attack you there? With demons. That's what keeps us confused, divided. Because once we get rid of them, it's no confusion anymore. Hajj. See? How powerful we be if you say, hey man, we got this guy, man, he's powerful. He got $1,000 a day, right? You got a million people got $1,000. That's a million times 1,000, 1,000 million. And all of them doing the same thing with it. Damn. See? You're multiplying it now. One person would make 1,000, they can do so much, right? What if you got a billion people doing the same damn thing? Look at the resonance there. That's the thing about the walls of Jericho. It brought it down. That's the thing, brothers and sisters, you understand? So once you come to see the great army, they become powerful as a people, too powerful. Because you multiply that one person, he's got enough power, and then you multiply times 17 million? Say for instance, you said, you make a shot. Whoa, real loud, right? Now, it might shake up some people, right? Well, you got 17 million people say, well, at the same time. What you think that's going to sound like? What you think it's going to sound like? It's going to knock a building down on something. 17 million holler at the same time. Because you control the atmosphere. The lessons tell you that. It means you control the weather. But you don't know it yet. When you control the music, you control the weather on a very low level because you control the atmosphere. Ain't weather the atmosphere? Weather is just currents in the atmosphere. That's all weather is, currents in the atmosphere. The greater currents, the more disturbing the weather is. Tornadoes are currents. Hurricanes are currents. Music is currents. Music is currents. Say that again. Music is currents. Turn the volume. You just take music and get you a ghetto blaster, and get 4, 6, 7 ghetto blasters. Take them down, put them on the corner, and turn them on full blast one time. You're gonna break some. You're gonna knock some glasses out. You're gonna knock some windows out of stuff. It's just music, ain't it? You bumped up the volume. So if you put it that way, put 1,000 ghetto blasters. Put them all at the same time, put them on that corner. It's going to knock down a building. Weather is just currents, the atmosphere. And that's what music is. But you operate on a low level now because it's just one of you. Maybe two of you. You know how most powerful when you have a group of singing? They're all singing the same thing. How much stronger it is? Once we come together, 17 million, right now, we're saying, but we got two frequencies. There's a cancellation frequency. I'm not getting that kind of thing, right? I should need to show a graph, right? But if you go, I don't know if you see, like you go, say, for instance, you go up like this, right? Curve, but you got a curve that goes downward. But if they go together, they're going to cancel out each other. So that's what it is. Demons, their nature is the same as devils. They cancel our nature, and we cancel out their nature. So both are said powerless. Once we separate, we become powerful. Because we separate, the demons become powerful too. That story is Samson. They tear his country apart. But they try to take it. We're going to be getting the hell out. We're going to use our power to get the hell out of here. Out for defense. We have massive, I'm not saying they're going to have power over the weather. But they will be powerful. Samson, remember, Samson brought the house down. He was a demon. But they'll be united because they got some of us in them. The devils, they'll be totally divided. But demons, that's a demon war. I tell you, they call it locust war in Injil, Revelations. For 5 months, they can be tearing this country apart. 17 million strong. But since they separate from us, we're not neutralizing their power, they're neutralizing our power. So they're going to use their power to try to take America, which they will succeed. They will take America. They will succeed in taking America. To die in the process. For a pure victory. Because at that time, China and India is going away. That's the goal. So they're going to be here trying to defend America. America, you're going to fight for America, right? But you say God's going to kill America, but you're going to fight, so that means you're fighting against God? Whatever. They're going to be fighting for America. They finally control. They're going to be wiped out after 5 months. And that's the same, and we're going to depart. It's called the Red Sea. It's going to part and let us through. That's what it's talking about. It's going to part and let us through. That's no straw together. Let the NOI through. It's going to close in on Pharaoh's armies. It close on the demons. He's going to be in control at that time. The bottom line is the war. The war that's happening. We're in it now. I'm showing you stuff they're using against you. But music is one of the things they're going to use against you. There's demons right now. Well, they're going to turn the volume up on that, like I said. But we're going to go to war with the demons. They're going to turn the volume up. We're going to go to war with the demons. It tells you that. They're going to turn the volume up. Because the demons going to go, we're going to go to war with demons, because demons going to try to, see, their idea is they take out the leadership, and the rest of the blacks going to work, fight, help them fight to take America. That's the way you're looking at it. You're going to try to convince the other 17 million to come back after they've been separated, try to get them to come out. So they're going to try to betray the son of man, everything, get him out, so they can get these back. So they say, now it's 34 million of us, we definitely going to win now. So it's going to be a war between us and them. Turn the volume up on this. Cannibalism is going to be one of the things. We know food. Matt Muhammad's going to 1 meal a day. It says that's the only thing you're going to get from Master Muhammad. So you're going to say manna from heaven. You're going to turn the volume on this. There's not going to be any food available here. They can be nervous. Oh man, I better eat something, man. Eat whatever. Should be tempted for cannibalism because total economic collapse. Won't be no food available here. They be eating each other, eating their own children. Turn the volume. If you ain't used to eating 1 meal a day, you're gonna have a hard time doing that. If you ain't doing it, you're gonna be crushed. It's going to be economics. We're going to turn the volume on that. Some of you are going to be tempted to go along with the demons. Remember, they take America. Oh, man, I'm going to lose my house, man. See? I got this $1 million house over there. Kill these demons, man, and we win. I ain't got to pay no mortgage or nothing, whatever. So God will lift you up, but you clean the earth. Those be the ones clinging to the earth. They're going to turn the volume. They're going to try to convince you. If you come and help, the devil's going to do it too. If you come and help fight with us, we're going to give you this. We're going to give you 6 states. You're going to get all of that. Some of you are going to listen to it. People lost for lack of knowledge. It's going to be intense. I'm just saying it's going to be much worse than I'm even telling you, actually. Let's see. Let's do that, right? And they're going to, like I said, put great fear in you when you battle them. They already got that weapon. They already mapped out what music put fear in you. They already said. Trump, you got weapons we don't even know about. Well, I know about that one. It won't affect you if you got a firm heart. It won't affect you. Otherwise, they gonna play that music in loudspeakers, and you're gonna be so much fear, you're gonna run. You're gonna get killed. Emotionally, you're gonna be scared. And they, I said, it's gonna get to a violent state. Page, he was gonna go out the page. They're gonna all the confusion. Man, oh man, you believe that son of man stuff, man, and all this hell. He gonna get you out here, and I'm some match from Muhammad, and ain't no food here, and you better give those demons, man. They fighting for the country. And you think somebody gonna take you out here? He telling you, man, just head toward the West Coast. When you get there, right? Somebody's gonna rescue you and take you home, and you believe that? Oh, but you're gonna hit all. If you got the angel, it's not gonna affect you. You already applied it. You got your slots, that music, that stuff, they apply. None of that stuff can work against you. You know, if you spend what we've given you, American Dream Credit, none of that stuff. You can hold on to that stuff. Be steady, positive energy, not no bad luck, good luck. But just no luck at all. Oh, well, you might mean not bad or good, just not. Now you got plenty of energy. Because remember, you need energy to do all the other things. If you got this, you can't do all those things anyway because you're too tired to make slides. You're too tired to do any of that stuff. If you had injury, you don't even know to do it. If you got bad luck and everything else, right? You kind of you can't do other things either. So you understand? They're all connected. That's what this two man's here to get you prepared. That's the real war. If they tell me, oh, bad, they tell you how to protect yourself. Oh, well, let me turn the light on. It will close out in a minute. It's really dark here. No lights, brothers and sisters. I'm closing out the map. That's the war. That's the nature of the war. They're not telling you that because they don't know. You talk all this crap. Oh, well, what you gonna do? You think Master Hunter gonna dip down and pull you out? No, it's not. It tells you that. It says he's gonna take his lamb and elect out. The rest had to go through the tribulation. They woke up too late. What else I have here, bro, since I'm gonna close. Okay, let me read this. But ships shall come against him, that he shall be freed and return, and have this is the flavor of what's happening right now. And have indignation against the holy covenant. See, this is something they're talking about a certain person, they're gonna hate holy. And Farrakhan hates the covenant because he never mentioned it. He never mentioned we're going home. In fact, he called God liar. He said we ain't going any place. So why are they with him? And so shall he do. He shall even return and have intelligence with them that will forsake the holy covenant. You know, they're gonna be together. They're gonna be on the same wavelength. The Farrakhan can be with them. And understand the part, and they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength, and shall take away the daily sacrifice, and they shall place the abomination that's place going. That means this will be happening during this time we're right now. Because abomination desolation is happening right now. And place abomination that make desolate, and such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. He's talking about the Farrakhan here. Okay? Because he says he's corrupt by flatteries. He talk nice. Hey man, I'm with y'all, man. Hang with me, I'm the Messiah. Come right here. Such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. The Farrakhan, see, they're the ones who do wickedly against the covenant because they're against it. So he's going to convince, inspire them with bullshit. Anyway, but the people that know their God shall be strong and do exploits. Those that know what I just taught you, you be strong and shall do exploits. No weapon formed will prevail against you. Shall be strong and do exploits. Those that know their God. Come on, you. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Weapons. You control it now, you just don't know you control it. Like a child, right? They had the ability to control language, but they babble. Eventually they get better and better at it. Right now you're on a very low level, which is called music. You notice a lot of these so-called hurricanes storms, what's happening in devil's neighborhoods? You will have control over that, but lessons tell you that. Once you come together, see the great army, right? And you think on the same wavelength, you're thinking together, you can call up these, that could be your weapons. Remember I showed you defense? Now I'm showing you your weapons. It tells you your weapons, those will be your weapons. Now Muhammad said that. He says those weather and everything that God reserved for his day of battle. How is that? He said those are his weapons. That means they're your weapons because you didn't make it, owner, create planet Earth, God, universe. Those be your weapons. And they're more powerful atomic bombs. Tornado would do much more damage than atomic bomb. Beam hurricanes, lightning. You'll be caught up on demand. Lessons even said. You don't know it yet, but once you come together in Hajj, they're on the same wavelength, right? Your pressure is greater than theirs. If your pressure is greater than theirs, you crush them. So Put another way, if your pressure is greater than theirs, your power is greater than theirs, means you're crushing them, right? They're not crushing you anymore, right? So what's the quality of that structure? What's the quality of that pressure? I mean, excuse me, what's the quality of that crushing power? Your power is greater than theirs now, right? So you're crushing them. Your pressure is greater than theirs, you crushing them, right? So what's the quality of that crushing? Remember, we're talking about pressure. So you got a differential in pressure, right? You got pressure differential. What's the pressure differential? It's currents. What's weather? Currents. The greater differential, the greater current. The greater current, the greater disturbance. So they come against you, and you drop a damn tornado on their ass. They're 17 million strong. Am I getting through? Even the pressures of current. That's how if you open one side of the house, other side of the house, if the lower side is one side is less pressure than the other, you get a air flowing through the house. People do that. So they get current go through the house, cool the house off, right? Because one side is lower pressure than the other. Isn't that a form of weather? What's it going through? Oh man, it's got a nice breeze. Isn't breeze weather? Can't you create a breeze? Can't you create a breeze by just taking and open one window on one side and the other side? Isn't that weather? That's a really low level, ain't it? So if you understand your power is greater than theirs, you have a pressure differential. Pressure differential is a current. That's what currents are. It means the pressure high pressure gonna go feeling the low pressure to balance it out. So the greater it is, so they come against you. Automatically you got a pressure, but now, right? You're on a mental level now. You're thinking mentally. So now you call up a bomb, right? The greater differential, the greater the pressure, the current is. That current be a tornado or hurricane, whatever. Is that making it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? That's what you're going to see. That's the power you have. Once you have Hajj. That's your weapon. Now show your defense impregnable. They can't touch you. Your pressure is great, and there's nothing they can do to you. Zero. If they come against you, you got a pressure differential, you drop that on their ass. The greater differential, the greater the weather disturbance. That's the war, brothers and sisters. That's the nature of it. If you understand, I'm not asking you for the money. I don't want anything from you. I'm giving you information. I'm not asking for any. I'm giving information. Start applying it now. And those pillars, fasting, reciting the Quran. The more you do, the more you apply it, the more discipline you have. You get with those brothers and sisters, the 5 pillars. Call them the 5 pillars now. Get with them. They tell you how to do it. You're online. I think I'm leave it there, brothers and sisters. That's what you'll be facing in a minute. And if you apply it, you'll be prepared. You'll be fleeing a panic. Your mind will be crushed by a shock of the hour. Start applying it now. The more you apply it, the more discipline you apply, the greater how powerful you're going to be. And forget about all these clowns that did with all that bullshit. No, if they was understood at this, there would be 10 different people like tomorrow. I'm with Elijah, but they'll be working together to keep Hajj. Because they're full of shit. And they're all going to pay a price for it. And they're going to be coming running here in a minute, but nobody's going to. Too late. I closed the door on them. So I'm just telling you, don't waste time coming over here because I'm not interested in you. You was warned. And now people are confused because you have your bullshit. Let's see what else I got, bro. That's the mouth. They won't have control of the weather. They can't get that much discipline. There you go. There'll be lessons, Mr. Black Man, anything like Mommy said supports that. Because he's one of them. He follows the devil. His father right there, good. Google it. Herschel Clark. Means he's the devil. Living of our people. That's what the devil's master said. You live with them niggas, not live with us. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I had something else, but I kind of lost my train of thought on that one. Give me 1 minute and then I'm gonna close out. Hey, brothers, I'm gonna close out here. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
when they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics? I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years. And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course, it's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point and saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point and saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that.
Don't shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was,
it's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. You have multicultural, there's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture
When
changes.
you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and like have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. Like that's just what it is.
But I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion, and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence. that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is, and what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this. I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about Black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, What's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even rolling, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talking about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed? Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, oh no, it was about debate, it was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross, murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus, Christians, in the name of Jesus, they said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. It's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. How could it have been 80 years ago? It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was forward disease. Herpes, syphilis. Gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was written out women, there was a cross hanging from your neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? When you're trying to arrest our people, your rap sheet, what's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Yeah. He stole his land, he murdered his people. And you question the native people here, when the Braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just a reflection, a microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. They got women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. He did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So who's working those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your mention? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbons off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday when you should be honoring Jesus. You are buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree. That is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of her name, come out of her religion, come out of her culture, come out of her way of life, come out of her educational system.
People. And they will put up all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, that none of homes for our Master. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they must put off on this memorable shows, they took them, scattered that ship that brought them to our strange land, and these strange people, who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the West Indians that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental city, thinking that we are our way to heaven. This is church. My brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you yesterday, trying to save the very minutes that brought our fathers in subjection to that will. You and I, turning away from your ordinary land and turning it back towards our prison house and our and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you in your past. Do you feel? And even pointing and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here. You and me, why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go with your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools. And now, to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated and go to your arms, salvation for your son. The white man said you will remember that.
gonna make it. Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. Your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are buying bunny rackets and inviting your children to pay for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and trees. That is the way of the pagans. Come out of St. Valentine's Day. Is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an educational system.
People. When they were put on all the shores of North America. And they should. Jesus none of homes. No parents were. They stood and said, in the parents. And behold, wisdom. I wanted to return. With the hands stretched out towards that ship, and tiding chains themselves bound together. These, and when they was put all on this literal shows, they took them, staring that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every vow from their native land that they were going to be west enemies that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was named Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our a mental sickness. Thinking that we all have to leave it. This is earth. My brothers, this is very for us to people to sit today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Trying to save the best that brought in subjection to that will. You know, turning your face from your ordinary life, turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. They're trying to make love with the people that destroy you and your parents. Do you feel? And even today, there are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that was take over your parents on the Eastern Shore of North America. Pray and bring to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Are you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools? And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated people to your arms, to the nation, for your son. So white man said he will remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Salman Rahim here. Professional Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now. And found him home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Found him home after 40 years. It's been a year now. There was an agreement made for slave master. He said, your choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance. Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America. Affiliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it's not that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. He was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils, they're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they don't make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. I mean, this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. We're in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports, so what's going on right now? Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never paid you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So, and he's big man master. Can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 days of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, in schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, really, now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they look at the farmers, when they're doing, farmers say, oh, so then, massive, what's happening here? How come no, crap? It turned out that the rain they gave wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now, so what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look here, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. They're gone, and she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So I said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, then you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you got your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was all for them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What you calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's your supposed to come about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. I fly the planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you doing this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you coming for? Well, Master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, the farm's going. So it was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, house full. And you have to keep, they thought that was just going, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They prepared for it. See? And they ain't train any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So when I said, Master, I said, you don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations. Apparently you didn't. So now it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't let you call us no more. We don't let you call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, me and us, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too. No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all do over here. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. All your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? Say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So the dollar is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is, they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Probably worth anything. Otherwise, budget A, that's our money. You gotta have your money, control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they will do that? You've been a gossip lately? You see what happened to the trees they made, the so-called natives kept telling me a fault time because they kept making trees where then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all it was, it's worth nothing. People still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hope to increase again, they just use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth $1 million. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications, you don't have to do any of this stuff. You're an engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, listen to me. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We saw we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. They closed the border so you can't get back in here. You get back into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You make the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man. I come back, work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, either they was in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any place, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And then you see Master Anthony on the phone, he told the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. So he sitting on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We saw him in Revelation, we put him that said used car. He turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for BMW. Good. Damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. Leave them, the blacks stay on the shore, the ones stay behind, the devil's whooping their ass. But they thought you think it would give you some land to take care of you? You think they wouldn't do that? They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it is? It was 17 million, that was 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do anything for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight to come out? They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And I have to clean. And gave what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. I mean, on the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of him. And I said, go out there and take care of you when he was right here. He was working at Popeyes. And then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. You know, I just got a call. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That's his thing. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh, no. And he even asked, Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the pastor said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't do that. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did not have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Don't tell them no, and don't waste time communicating us anymore. You got your land, you got your reputation, you got your money, you got Farrakhan here. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you have to sell them. So you want an idea of reparations, we told you. Suleiman, he was a message to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story, I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they might get more reports. Okay, he says that was a Matthew Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communication off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those back. They came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They're master help here. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we please send some food. They begged him, please send some food. That's what I'm saying, I'm gonna send a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. This guy that in, he says, can you come and get it, please send some food? He says, no. Refuse. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's made to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no, go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.